Don't let me forget it, Frank, to talk to you about that roof again on the standing seam.
Okay.
That portion of it.
Tracy, don't put that addendum out until I talk to Doug and Greg.
Yeah, okay. All right. Call the meeting to order. Any items from the public? Yes, sir. Can you move that podium back a little bit? Somebody got it about 3 feet too close. There you go. Thank you. State your name for the record.
It's Daryl Palmer.
Okay.
Talked up here a few months back about the impounds for the Sheriff's Department. I think we'd scheduled on the agenda, and you said I need to request it in writing. Requested in writing, evidently, Lieutenant Hall evidently is more directed on that impound business, but regardless, here it is months later, I've not got nothing back.
Okay.
Phone calls, nothing.
All right.
And I was wanting to get that put back on the agenda or get something done in regards to this problem.
We'll talk to the sheriff about it.
Thank you.
All right.
And can I ask one more question while I'm here?
Mm-hmm.
A couple of people, because I'm in fast in front of the auto repair and stuff, have made comments at things that they haven't been able to use the ball fields up at South Berkeley.
Say it again. I didn't hear you.
Well, I've had several people tell me they haven't been able to use the ball fields up there at South Berkeley up there because they're locked after hours or evenings or whenever somebody's not there.
Uh-huh.
I've had numerous people make comment to me when I walk my dog around different places and things and visit. They are locked. And I just think that, that's public property, that ought to be,
I don't believe those ball fields are owned by the county. I think they're on the Board of Education's property, but they're ran and managed by the South Berkeley Little League.
Yes.
So it's kind of like, we can only do what's under our umbrella, right? So those are, and I think all the Little League fields are that way. I think South Berkeley, Martinsburg, Hedgesville, that's property of the Little Leagues.
Okay. I'll check into it. Okay, so do you need my phone number or anything for them to contact me in regards to whatever?
I think we already have it from the last time, I'm sure.
Okay.
All right.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, ma'am. Please.
Jenny Beidler. I wanted to let the council know that the state road engineer actually came out to look at what I was talking about with the culvert under Janney Ashton Road and our private hill, if we pave it, how it's going to affect the stream. So I was very pleased that he came out. He said he couldn't do anything until this summer. But the fact that he drove out there to look at what we were talking about was, I can't think of the word, I'm a little nervous.
There's no reason to be nervous.
Yeah.
We're probably more nervous
Well,
than what you are.
The next thing I have to present is, I support the food bank.
Mm-hmm.
I support the mission. I support the Women's Center, now called something else.
Right.
And I support Salvation Army. I'm really concerned, and I don't know how this council communicates with other councils in the state. But if we have an influx of illegals coming into West Virginia without our knowledge, the money that I give to those resources mean nothing. And that's what's disturbing to me. So can you tell me if you are preparing for this influx?
I can only answer for myself, and then can you talk to me after the meeting, because I'm not supposed to, during public comment, we're supposed to listen to your concerns, and I don't want to get into a long, but I'll be more than glad to talk to you, and they'll set you up a meeting with me.
Or anyone else here?
Yeah.
Because anyone who donates, it's really going to be a problem.
No, I understand.
Okay.
And I think that's going to be more of a state issue than it is for a local issue.
Well, that's why I was asking if the councils talk to each other.
Yes, we're all in an association together, all 55 counties.
Okay,
Well,
so
54, one of them elected not to be a member.
if I contact the state attorney general,
You could do that.
that's the right road to
Yep.
go?
Yep.
It would filter down to us from
Yeah.
the state attorney.
I'm
I mean-
sorry, I'm hard of hearing.
It would filter down to us from the state attorney general.
On
But
procedures.
not the other way.
No, it can also come from us to the
Okay,
attorney
okay,
general.
all right,
But if you talk to the attorney general, it'll filter down to us.
gotcha. All right, thank
But
you.
you, I mean, we're hearing you, you know, you're here, we'll take it under advisement, we'll try to do our end as well, okay?
Okay, and I will wait till after the
Don't, no, see Tracy back there in the green sweater, and it would set me up on a Thursday. I can't do it today because I'm already back to back all the way through pretty much till night, okay?
Okay,
But maybe she'll have access to my calendar. If not, we'll give her your information. I'll go from there.
all right.
Okay? Thank you. Anyone else from the public? All right, need a motion to approve the agenda.
Mr. President, I move we approve the agenda if there's no modifications or changes for Thursday, April the 7th, 2022.
All right. Second. Have a motion on the floor in a second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Any questions on the purchase order? I did have a question. I actually directed that to Mr. Wine. I seen there was some tools bought from Snap-on, and I just wanted to be sure and check to see if that was specialty tools, and he assured me that it was. It's good. So, we had a discussion. We didn't want to see Snap-on every week. That was my only concern on that. Any other concerns? Mr. Davis, you have 3 internal budget revisions?
Yes, sir. I have 3 internal budget requests for the council's consideration. The first is from Department 413 voters registration. County Clerk Malk is requesting that she be allowed to reduce line 216 maintenance and repairs equipment by $20,000. And if you remember, this used to be a standing line item for maintenance of the old voting machines, but we have new voting machines now, and that's all under the purview of IT. Current unencumbered fund balance is $25,000 with nothing spent to date. An increased line 341 supplies and materials by $20,000 needed for additional supplies. That current line item has an unencumbered fund balance of $20,947.67 with 68.2% spent to date. The next request is from Sheriff Nathan Harmon. Sheriff Harmon's requesting that he be allowed to decrease line 232 bank charges by $1,000. Current unencumbered fund balance is $1,000 with nothing spent to date. Also decrease line 238 refunds and deposits by $2,000. Current unencumbered fund balance is $2,000 with nothing spent to date. And increase line 217 maintenance repairs auto by $3,000. And this is to take care of maintenance and supplies not covered by central garage. Specifically, we went from 2 K9s to 5 K9s. We now have 5 K9s in the Sheriff's Department.
Which is all donated.
All donated, but we had to retrofit 3 cruisers with K9 cages and things like that. So that is being funded by the Sheriff's Department. The last request again is from Sheriff Harmon. He's requesting it, Department 716 Animal Control, requesting that he be allowed to decrease line 220 advertising and publications by $76. Current unencumbered fund balance is $835 with nothing spent to date. And increase line 341 supplies and materials by $16. That currently has a balance of 29 cents. Increase line 345 uniforms by $52. That account currently has a deficit balance of $51.46. And increase line 230 contracted services by $8. That account currently has a deficit balance of $7.65. That's all.
Anybody have any questions for Mr. Davis? Okay, moving on. We have change in status received from Honorable Sheriff Nathan Harmon for the following, effective March 11th, 2022. Kurt Yoder being promoted from sergeant to lieutenant with a salary increase of $64,973 to $69,214. Adam Boothby being promoted from corporal to sergeant with a salary increase from $63,694 to $68,929. Nathaniel Chronister being promoted from deputy to corporal with a salary increase from $54,495 to $57,179. Change in status received from Will Lawrenson, fiduciary supervisor, for Christina Eisenberg. 10% increase not received from lateral transfer. Her salary will increase from $40,000 to $43,114 effective January 1st, 2022. So we're backdating that one.
Yes, sir.
Which was
She actually transferred over from the assessor, and we agreed that it would be a lateral transfer with no loss of pay. But her transfer was based on a 35-hour work week and not a 40-hour work week. So all we're trying to do is make her whole.
Right. Change in status received from the Honorable Sheriff Nathan Harmon for Jessica McNeil. She has graduated from the police academy. Her salary will increase from $45,623 to $47,120 effective April 2nd, 2022. Any changes or any questions on the change in status? All right, moving on to the minutes. Everyone was present for March 24th, 2022. Any changes or corrections to those? The county council calendars, we are back in the chambers on the 14th at 9:30 a.m. and we'll be laying the levy at 9 a.m. on the 19th. Boards and commissions, there is nothing for tonight. Monday the 11th, 2 p.m. LEPC, 5 p.m. Water District, 6 p.m. Farmland Protection. Tuesday the 12th, 2 p.m. Central Dispatch. Wednesday the 13th, 9:30 a.m. Development Authority, 6 p.m. Roundhouse Authority. And next Thursday on the 14th, a 6:30 p.m. Fire Board meeting here in the chambers. Any changes or corrections on boards and commissions?
Mr. President, if I may, just a couple notes for your consideration. Next Thursday at 11:30 a.m. As part of your agenda, we're scheduled to tour the Judicial Center. We met with Judge Lawrenson last Thursday morning to discuss space issues. I think we all agree that we can reconfigure some of the areas to accommodate the additional magistrate judge that will be added July 1st, but after that, we're pretty much out of space. So I'd like for the council to tour the Judicial Center, and we'll start at the basement. We'll work up to the circuit courts to see exactly how things are laid out so that we can begin discussions on how to move forward with space. Also, on April the 21st, which is 2 weeks from today, council will be meeting as agreed at 1:00 p.m. to talk about supplemental funding for some of the outside agencies that we discussed during budgets. And then finally on April 28th, which is 3 weeks from today, we'll be making arrangements for you to go to the new Clorox facility. We've worked out that date, so they will be hosting us on April 28th, probably in the afternoon, right after lunch.
They wonder what time's good for you.
You want to do it right after lunch at say 1:00?
Yeah, we got it.
At 1:00. Thank you. That's on the 28th. That's the 28th, yes, sir.
All right. We have canceled checks. I don't understand the check numbers on that. 1970, understand. Then we have 24, 25, and 26.
It's all part of the transition from the old
To the new.
to the new, and each account, for example, most of these were supposed to come out of the dog and kennel fund, and they didn't. They came out of the general fund, so we had to cancel out of one fund so we could issue checks to out of the correct fund.
Okay. All right. We have a stop payment check request. Any questions on that one? All right. A bond reduction. We have a bond reduction for Dunkin' Donuts, Falling Waters, BCP, file number 2203-073, tied to BC number 036-17 and BCP number R00815-20, bond number 100497446. Engineering Department has made that recommendation. Any questions for Doug? Okay, need a motion to approve the consent agenda.
President, make a motion we approve the consent agenda for Thursday, April 7th, 2022.
Motion's been made. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Moving on to councilperson issues. Councilperson Gokenhour has some things he wants to discuss on 420 South Raleigh Street.
Yes, sir. The Landmarks Commission currently meets in the Ben Boyd House down off of Race Street. And the room itself is about probably 12 by 12 with a row of bookshelves and filing cabinets, and in the center of it is a table. But it's very, very cramped. I spoke to Mr. Davis about the possibility of the old courthouse, second floor where the fiduciary office originally was.
Third floor.
Okay.
I think it's all the way up.
Second, but okay. And he said, well, you know, perhaps look at the 420, the old jail. So made arrangements for Jack to meet me over there, and that honestly would work out very nicely. As the lobby is where we set up the table. Jack's got a couple of tables. He's got the chairs necessary, so there's be no additions there. We would need one office for the chairperson, for her to set up her computer there, because she does a lot of research, especially on Saturdays in particular, because she works during the week as well. I think it would work out very nicely if council
Okay.
would agree to that.
Right now, our internal government doesn't have any use for it. They say it's too chopped up, which
It's
that
pretty
wasn't how we
chopped
called
up.
it.
And the first floors, all that can really be used, the upper floors,
Right.
as you know, the bank used for storage. I think they maybe had an office, but it's not, of course, it's not handicap accessible.
Right.
We have no immediate use for it.
I don't have any issues with it, Eddie, as long as they understand that it's not a permanent place.
Well, yeah,
I mean, it's probably good for a couple of years, but it's not going to be.
no, and I think that's, you know, understandable. I think that when the circuit, or when the county clerk moves out of the courthouse, hopefully we'll be able to
That'd be the incubator.
find a place there. So, but in the interim period, I'd really like to get them out of that environment there. It's too close. And, you know, the one meeting in particular, we had 4 folks from another agency, actually six outside folks, and then the 5 people on the commission. And it was extremely crowded, and I'm not ready for all that closeness yet. I still kind of like a little social distancing. So I just felt, you know, especially when we bring the public in, I think we can do a little better than that.
Would it be okay if we have Gary look at that first?
For IT purposes
Well,
and stuff.
Gary just sent me a text that says we have no connection for internet or phone or door access there, or
Right.
controls on the HVAC system. So before the council makes a final decision, let's have
Yeah, because I know
Yeah.
Gary, when we was talking about making his home, we had to cut the asphalt and get things over there.
right.
So I think the direction from the council would be that we don't really have an issue with it. I think we need to take a formal action on it, you know, just so it's on the books.
Have them take a look.
Have him take a look at it.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, he just sent me a text.
I I assume the building's in good enough shape to move them in.
It
Yeah.
actually is. It's very nice shape.
The first floor is in really
Yeah.
nice shape.
Well,
Second floor was used for, like Alan said, a couple offices that was more administrative stuff. Yeah, it's a good building.
And it is ADA compliant, honestly. I mean, it's got the ramp that comes up. It'd be a very nice location for that, even though it may be temporary, that's fine. But I would like to see that environment improved.
Okay,
We'll take that for
all right.
if that's the consensus of the council.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. Next on our agenda is the assessor, Larry Hess, for correction of assessments. We have 4 personal property tax exonerations for reason of office error.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
We do. We had 4 we had to correct last week for the reasons that's listed there. They all total up to $1,575.36.
Yeah.
And I could add that, when you see that, that's not $1,500 worth of money going out the door. It's getting rid of a current bill and then creating another bill. So the difference really is all we're dealing with, not the $1,500.
Right,
That's usually the case. But
I understand.
those 4 is all I had this week.
All right, so entertain a motion on the 4 personal property tax exonerations due to office error.
Second?
Have a motion on the floor in a second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's see. We have a very busy morning, as Mr. Davis told me earlier. So if everybody's okay with it, I'm gonna skip over board and meeting reports.
I had no board meeting reports, so skip all you want.
Okay. Board and commission vacancies, anything there, other than we have a letter of resignation received from Derek Smith for the Berkeley County Planning Commission effective March the 8th, 2022. So we would need to recognize that.
Yes, sir.
And we'll send him a letter for his service for sure. Okay, Mr. Davis, I'm gonna move on to yours, a couple of your things there. And Penny, why don't we go ahead and call Mr. Wine up on the bid recommendation?
Just 2 things for the council's consideration. We did receive, actually the sheriff's department had it, and after the discussion we had with the sheriff, they forwarded it to me. We did receive the application for mobile food vehicle from Wayne Scott Gary, who operates the doggy style food cart. It's actually the hot dog cart. It's veteran owned. He's been operating out of the food cart on the Judicial, or not the Judicial Center, 510, 520 parking lot for some time. He has submitted everything that's required by our policy. You'll see in your packet. He did provide a certificate of general liability in the amount of $2 million with Berkeley County Council named as an additional insured. We do have a copy of his driver's license. We do have proof of vehicle insurance and registration. His West Virginia business license from the West Virginia Secretary of State, as well as the copy of the health department permit and state fire marshal. So I'm recommending that the council authorize the doggy style food cart for operations for the next 6 months. We have to designate a location. What I would recommend is that we have him set up as you look at Stevens Street where the bus stop is, just to the left of the bus stop, if that's agreeable to the council.
It is a true bus stop.
Yes, it is a true bus stop.
All right. Anybody have any questions for Mr. Davis on the food vendor? So basically, it's for this summer.
Yes, sir.
And then,
Yep.
okay.
Yeah, the policy says it would be 6 months at a time, so.
Entertain a motion for the approval of a mobile food vendor doggy style food court.
So moved.
I'll second.
Motion been made in second. Any discussion?
I just wish him the very best.
No, that's a whole nother
That's
issue.
separate.
Something that's separate.
Oh, okay.
All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Next agenda item from Mr. Davis, Berkeley County Youth Fair.
Yes, sir. As the council is aware, for a number of years now, we have participated in the Berkeley County Youth Fair. We were there last year. Have a really nice location, kind of
We
on the main walkway that was provided to us by Made in the Shade. Want to know if the council wishes to participate in the 2022 Berkeley County Youth Fair, which is scheduled for July 30th through August the 6th.
Is the facility still there?
Yes, that's our spot we have right of first refusal. It is pretty well, our booth is pretty well staffed, not only by our departments, but we also make it available to the health department if they want to come out and partner with us one night. So, just one direction from the council. Do you want our spot this year?
Sure. I think it works.
I agree.
It's a
That's
good social spot,
Yeah.
See somebody you get to talk to them.
Well, it's actually good. I think it's good that none of the nights we're there, we don't have anybody coming up and complaining.
No.
No, I've never had.
And that's a good sign. So,
Okay, we'll take care of it. Thank you. That's all I have.
all right. Moving on. Gotta go backward now. All right, we're gonna take Gary Wine, Deputy County Administrator, bid recommendation RFP, comprehensive HVAC utility management service agreement. That's a mouthful, Mr. Wine.
Did you read it?
I glanced over it because I thought you was gonna tell us everything about it.
So I'm sure the council is aware, and some of you may not be, but we've had this service, the foresight of many people before you, when the Judicial Center was constructed, that we've maintained a full service maintenance contract over there on the equipment, on the roof. The heating plant, so the boilers, the air conditioners and stuff on the roof. Your team, Jack and his staff, have done a really good job kind of watching the engineers over the years and learning how to maintain some of the stuff inside. The VAVs, the hot water, cold water valves, we do all that kind of replacement ourselves. So that really drives down the cost. This number, if you were full maintenance inside that thing without Jack and his team helping, would be triple the number you're looking at now. So it's kind of a blended effort. Even though it's called full service, it's really the rooftops, the boiler. We have a quarterly meeting, but a monthly analysis of all of our equipment that's used. So we watch usage on flow, water, hot, cold. We watch electric usage, all of that stuff. So it's all inclusive. It is truly full service.
How much maintenance has been done on the roof?
So based on the contract, it's a quarterly maintenance, right? So if we're talking 6 30-ton units and 6 10-ton units up there, so it's not small. There's a lot of maintenance happens, and this contract covers compressors, anything involved on that roof. So there's a roll of the dice, which leads to, and kind of an explanation, only talking about the Judicial Center at this point, the increase. That stuff is into life, into service. And you saw, and I made note in the document, the increase just for the Judicial Center alone, it almost doubled. That's to be expected. At its age, with what we're asking them to cover, anyone can cover. The nice thing about that is the vendor that has responded has serviced them since day one, so they know, kind of expect what's going on. Old refrigerant, old technology, so there's a lot of risk involved. We've all talked about maybe in the near future looking at a replacement through that effort. So on the Judicial side, there's a significant increase. The Dunn building, it stayed the course. There's a small increase. Really and truly, that's only based on some performance monitoring things that we've added to the contract. It kind of stayed the course. 911 stayed the course exactly where it is. And the old courthouse, that really is just water treatment for the boiler. They just monitor and service the sealed unit as it's down there. If we don't do that, and you don't maintain the water quality, tubes and everything else are gone, a of a sudden $960 was really, really, really cheap. The gist of it is current contract as we sit today is $105,839.08. The proposed contract for all of the services equivalent to what we have, also adding the day report center rooftop, which just expired Monday. So I would assume, and I would hope that we keep it under maintenance. So that's a long lasting. It's a commercial grade train, so left behind, not serviced, would be problematic in a couple of years. So it makes sense. And at the $8,208 to service that thing quarterly, full service. So doesn't matter what happens, it's covered. If it breaks, it's replaced. That's probably a $250,000 unit that sets up there. It's expensive to install. The new proposed service contract is $160,525.
That's an annual contract.
Annual, we pay it monthly.
Well, and actually, if we start upgrading all this stuff, it's gonna start coming down drastically.
Very much so. The estimated cost on serviceability on units to replace up there would go back down well below where we were,
Right.
right? And remember that we're doing in the Judicial Center as it stands today, we're doing exactly what we were doing in this building before we replaced it. We're moving the wrong amounts of water. We're moving it too fast, too slow because the technology's changed and it's not there. So there's lots of opportunity for upgrade and savings, but this keeps us with the status quo to make sure we are covered. I mean, without this contract, we are under great risk of major expense.
And when we start upgrading the Judicial Center and other buildings, what's our rate of return on our investment?
So when we did this one and it's on task, we factored it at about 10 years. It's headed towards 8. With energy savings, reduced.
And that's at today's energy cost.
That's correct.
We know that's
Which
not
is
going
going
to.
up astronomically.
Mike McGinnis is going to want a pay raise here before long.
Right. So there's some speculation that that same rate would be there for it, if not a little faster, because of the deferred maintenance that we know is coming down the line and replacement for those. They're 20 years old,
I know.
right? So
And that's really good for HVAC unit.
it is.
14 years, I think, is the average.
That's correct. And with that size and those units, they offer a program where they'll take the insides out, completely replace them with. The return is not there for that.
Right.
Right. Yeah, it's a patch and it's a fix, and can you get yourself 7 to 10 more years maybe? But we can't talk return on investment at that point.
Money thrown away, actually.
It is money thrown away. That is correct.
It's good to know that we're maintaining our systems, because that's one of the things that was higher on your list, this council's list, getting our buildings and equipment up to where they need to be. And I think we finally got there. What really pays dividends with a contract like this is when we have a power surge like we had 2 or 3 months ago.
That's correct.
Boland, who is the only bid that we've received, but they're very, very responsive. They're here. They were able to assess the problem. In fact, they continue to assess the problem. We still haven't figured out what's going on now.
So we get all the parts. You had a $200,000 power shop.
They maintain and they make those repairs. So we had some units on the rooftop of the Judicial Center that was affected by that power surge, and they got us up and running pretty fast. So that's also important to keep in mind.
Well, and that's another thing. It's kind of like owning heavy equipment. When you don't have a whole lot of money, you gotta have old stuff that requires daily maintenance, right? And we know that, don't we, Joe?
Mm-hmm.
But if you have the money, you're going to buy new. And the difference between the two is the new is going to be more efficient. It's going to be more reliable, less downtime, and dependable.
And more comfort,
Yeah.
without a doubt.
So when you get all that in return on the investment that you make, and you get your investment back in 7 or 8 years, it's really a no-brainer.
Yes.
And you're going to get 6 years of reduced energy costs,
That's correct.
minimum, a possibility of 12. So we had that discussion a couple weeks ago to keep moving in that direction,
Mm-hmm.
right? Okay.
Mr. Juan, this does not include the sheriff's office facility?
It does not. They are light commercial, and we can service them ourselves. We also have another very good partner locally, Tom Dawson,
Yes.
owns an HVAC company, and he works very well with us on the light commercial, does a great job. So we keep those costs to a minimum, and because they're so small, Mr. Guggenheim, they don't make sense to carry a full contract.
Okay. And if my memory serves me right, on the Judicial Center, that equipment was proprietary to, for parts.
I mean, it's train equipment, so, you can't reach out and
But I
change internals.
thought that I had understood that service folks had to be trained.
Oh, yes, yes, even though we're outside the scope of a manufacturer warranty, there isn't a vendor that isn't train certified that can work on that thing.
That's what I was.
And the train assigns their service by
You'll
region.
say
They do.
territorial.
Yeah.
They do. Being the county council and having purchasing guidelines issued by the state, you have to go through the gyration of bidding the process. No different than in IT in many instances. You're only going to get one response because of the region and the design from the vendors. It's how Train has it. There's nothing you can do, no different than our boilers. Now, there's some competition out there, but it's small. And they do it. I mean, that's the way that industry works. Kind of Caterpillar, right? If you're going to buy one, you're going to have one dealer pretty close. You're going to have 10 that you're going to drive. The other piece to this document are the published rates for additional services that we included in the request for proposals so that you have opportunity as we move forward and make changes. If you wanted to buy additional services for features or functions later into the contract, those are published and included in this document. Both labor rates at an hourly and overtime, as well as margin rates and service rate, markup rates for project design, engineering services, and stuff like that. So the recommendation there is also that you accept those as presented. So we'll have those to use as we move forward.
All right. Entertain a motion to approve the recommendation coming from Deputy County Administrator Gary Wine for the bid recommendation on the comprehensive HVAC utility management service agreement.
Second.
Almost ran out of air. Have a
You did
motion,
good. You did good.
have a motion on the floor in a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wine. Next on our agenda is Jennifer Swisher, 911 Director, Proclamation for National Telecommunicator Week. It's always good to see you, Jennifer and Paula.
Morning.
Good morning. We're doing good.
We want to first thank you all for allowing us to be here to recognize our dispatchers. Should have brought my glasses in. I didn't.
Here, I have prepared.
Oh, my poor Paula. Thank you, though.
You know we're going to ask you to read it, right?
Yeah, I'm getting a little older. It does work. So I'll go ahead and read the proclamation and then we'll move on to something else. The proclamation reads as, whereas thousands of dedicated telecommunicators daily serve the citizens of the United States and Canada by answering their telephone calls for police, fire, and emergency medical services, by dispatching the appropriate assistance as quickly as possible, and whereas the critical functions performed by professional telecommunicators also include those related to forestry and conservation operations, highway safety, and maintenance activities, and many other operations performed by federal, state, and local government agencies. And whereas professional telecommunicators work to improve the emergency response capabilities of these communication systems through their leadership and participation in training programs and other activities. Now therefore, be it resolved that the Berkeley County Council does hereby proclaim the week of April 10th through April the 16th, 2022 as National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week in Berkeley County, West Virginia, in honor and recognition of our telecommunicators and the vital contributions they make to the safety and well-being of our citizens. Adopted on April 7th of 2020.
2022.
2022, not 2020.
All right. Thank you, Jennifer. And you know, our telecommunicators are very important to not only the people that's on the other side of the phone line, but also to our public safety people that is their lifeline. Play a very important role in everyone's safety. So before I forget, I better ask for a motion to adopt the proclamation.
Yes, sir. I make a motion, we accept the proclamation for the National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week, April 10th through April 16th, 2022.
Motion on the floor. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. And you have some people that you'd like to recognize.
So today we stand before you in recognition of National Public Telecommunicators Week, which begins this Saturday, April 10th. We are here to honor the telecommunicators in Berkeley County who are dedicated to public safety and for all the sacrifices that they make. Their passion to help the community in which they serve and dedication in assisting others in their time of need is to be commended. Who could imagine that our actions have so much impact on our community? It is during National Telecommunicators Week that our greatest achievements and actions are noticed. We would like to at this time also recognize the council, because without you backing us, we would not be what we are today. So as a little token of our appreciation, we would like to give one of the coins for dispatchers to each of you, to each of the council, and so you're very welcome. Thank you very much.
That's pretty.
Thank you.
Words on the back, I can't read.
I cannot read them without glasses either, so.
You need my glasses.
No, I have pair, I just don't know.
So today, we, every year we pick a telecommunicator and a supervisor of the year. This is a personal struggle of Paula and I's because we want to recognize all of them. So we have to narrow it down to one person in each category, which is very difficult, where so many people fill those roles. So we look at various things. We look at their attendance. We look at their ability to help others. We look at if they've had any past transgressions, that's the word I want to use, in the past year that would pull them from that. We look at their ability to do the job and if they've served in that position for at least 1 year. So that is just some of the things we look at. So today we're going to recognize two of our employees who exemplify many qualities that are found and needed in this fast-paced career choice, and their recognitions is attributed to their very hard work. At this time, I would like to bring forward, while we read this, and puts out the plaque, we would like to recognize our telecommunicator of the year, Ryan Schumac. Ryan has been employed with Berkeley County 911 since November of 2018. He executes and displays a working knowledge of his duties and responsibilities, and when faced with challenges, will follow through completely. Brian is respected and well liked by all his coworkers. He is pleasant to work with and is always more than willing to help in any way that he can. Brian has taken the initiative to broaden his career field by successfully becoming a certified training officer and a TAC for teletype. His commitment combined with his professional approach has contributed to enriching our work environment. The pressures of training as well as performing his duties on shift with little or no direction shows diligence as well as dedication for what he does, to include working extra hours when the staffing needs are required. Ryan is an excellent example of a team player. We also want to stress that Ryan is the only male that works in our 911 center with all of us women, and he does a wonderful job handling all of our changes sometimes.
Jennifer, I was thinking about that. My wife comes from 8 siblings total, 1 brother and 6 other sisters other than herself. And people will come out and say, you know, those girls, man, they really protect themselves, right? They protect those girls. I said, let me tell you something, ladies. Let somebody do something to that one brother, and you'll see them all go on you, right? And I'm sure that's how you all may feel. And Kim, you know that. so it's wonderful, Brian, to see you up here, and and I know you're looked upon very well by all the ladies that work there. And it'd be a tough position to be in.
We're working on that. We've hired another male dispatcher coming up in our next academy, so hopefully we'll have someone else. We do have 2 other men that work in administration, but Ryan's our lone dispatcher out on the floor. So Ryan, you're well deserving of this, and we want to say thank you for everything that you do and continue to do for our agency. You have proven to be an asset, and we are really proud of you to be part of our team. So thank you.
Thank you.
So okay. You're welcome. I'm sure we'll be taking pictures in a minute, so if you didn't want to sit in the front row, we'll move on to the Supervisor of the Year. Our Supervisor of the Year goes to Kim Barrett. Kim has been employed with Berkeley County 911 since December of 2013. Kim has a positive impact with her coworkers and always displays confidence and professionalism in what she does. She is well liked and respected by all her coworkers, and they feel a comfort in knowing that they can seek her out when they are dealing with a problem, issue, or just need some direction. Kim is a certified training officer and has trained many new hires while supervising a shift with success. She is always willing to help in any way that she can when administration calls upon her. Outside her normal daily duties and responsibilities as a supervisor, Kim has taken on the responsibility of the online scheduling program to make sure it is maintained and the shifts are adequately staffed. To further recognize Kim and recognize her, she has recently become a part-time part of our QA team, and she is learning the process and the importance of the program while also performing her duties of her supervisory position. Kim executes this with little or no direction, and her willingness and diligence to dedication and her passion to what she does has enriched our work environment, and she truly is an asset to our agency. Kim, you are well deserving of this recognition, and we want to say thank you for everything that you do and continue to do for this agency. We are proud to have you also as part of it.
If I recall, I think Kim was up here last year, right? You had this award last year as well, right?
Year before.
Year before, okay. All right.
So again, I mean, our whole team should all be recognized as you have with this proclamation, and we're very proud of everything that everyone does in their efforts. And it is hard to make this decision, but these 2 really have done a really good job this past year, and we felt the need to recognize them.
Well, good. I think the central dispatcher is doing really well, and hope to continue to see years and years of success. It seems like there's a lot of people coming together, and it's good to see that. But I see some public safety people in for the Sheriff's Department, the Chief and Captain. I see EMS is here. I see Emergency Services here. So anybody want to speak out or have anything to say to telecommunicators? Everybody's bashful today. Ah, here comes Randy.
So everything that they do in that dispatch center is truly for the community, for people in our community. So that they help protect and serve just like the first responders. They're actually they're the first line of first response when someone makes that call. So they're the comfort, they're the assurance for our community members in the greatest time of need. Everyone does an excellent job over there. The partnership, relationship that we have with all emergency services with the Emergency Communications Center is top notch. We work very well together. We can approach from Jen at the top, clear down to walking into the center to ask for assistance from one of the dispatchers. They are willing to help at any time. So, kudos to all of them. They do a great job, and compliment, and we compliment each of us very well in all the emergency services.
Thank you, Randy. Anyone else? Chief?
Morning.
Good to see you, sir.
Good to see you guys. Briefly, to echo Randy's sentiments, he pretty much noted all the cooperation and the forward thinking with Central Dispatch between us and all the emergency services and everyone at Central Dispatch We are grateful and we are very appreciative. As Jen has recognized her staff this morning, we also would like to recognize Jen and her entire staff by a presentation of the plaque, just stating how grateful we are for our working relationship and how well everything's going.
Brian, Director EMS. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. I had the opportunity to be here a few years ago, and I said then, I can't imagine or equate what it's like to be on the other end of a call, take it to a certain place, and then that's all you hear about. You know, in EMS, of course, we get to the patient after you guys have them calmed down, of course, right? For the most part. We treat, get them to the hospital. We feel very confident that where we're leaving them is a good place. So we get an opportunity to feel good about it. I can't imagine what it is that you guys feel when you hear the distress in the voice in some of these calls, and then you don't have the opportunity to find out what happened on the other end. It's been a great relationship since Jen's been here with us. Total 180 as far as the agency working together. We've now have an opportunity to rotate some of our people through to sit with you guys to see what it is that you do and get a greater appreciation for it, because we all know, we think we know everything, but we don't. It's just like coaches and umpires on a softball field. They think they know the rules, but they don't. So thank you for that opportunity for our people to come be part of your lifestyle, learn what it is that you do. And I'm going to get with Jen because I want to go spend some time in there too. But thank you guys so much for what you do, because you are the lifeline. We can have all the radios in the world, but if there's nobody to get us the help that we need, we're out there on an island. So thank you so much.
Hey, open it up to the county council. I know you got something to say.
I do. Number one, congratulations. You know, it's always nice to be able to recognize you for what you do, but just a true testament to the professionalism and your professional abilities that you display every day. When you have law enforcement here, you have EMS here, you have emergency services here, to support you and be with you, that to me says a tremendous amount. And I know some of the struggles that have been over a period of time, or even maybe that you may have today, but I also know that you will work through those. I've seen you, I've experienced the pivot at, if you lose power, you lost all communications, how quickly you pivot, because that next call comes when it's made, it needs to be answered. And you know, you all are very, very good at what you do, and we should probably tell you that a lot more often other than just once a year. But you know, everybody's lives are busy, and you know, we're trying to move everybody else forward, move you forward. So, but thank you for what you do, and we appreciate your services.
Anyone else?
Well, I'm a man of few words, so thank you.
I can't imagine what the chaos would be without you all.
Well, I'm going to echo a little bit of what Eddie said. You know, one of the things that the county council has strived to do over the years is to try to pull. I know when I first got here, many of us got here, was, you know, we started having Christmas celebrations, you know, and I can remember talking to a commissioner back then and said that we want to pull everybody together. He said, okay, well, we pull the county council together every year. I said, no, everybody, all 400 some employees, because we are one family, you know, and that's the way it needs to be. And today proves that. You know, we have a lot of people here to support y'all and what y'all do, because you all go the extra mile and make sure you support everybody on the public safety. That's the largest reward that we could ever have up here in the county council, that our family is together. And it pays huge dividends, because it's just not another number. It's somebody that we respect and someone that we love. right? And it just goes a long ways. And I want to thank each and every one of you in the room today for doing what you do, because it's we're here because we're all brothers and sisters, and we look out for each other. So thank you all for doing what you do. Thank you to all the public service people that puts their life on the line every day. Right? And you ladies and gent understand that, right? You understand that things can go wrong very quickly. And when it does, you gotta be calm and make sure you continue to do your job at the fullest and most professional. So thank you all. Paula, Jennifer, thank you all for what you're doing. It's great. And the county council is just proud to be part of it, right? We were very proud. So anybody else have anything to say? If not, we're going to take breaks and get a photo.
2:30 in the morning. I'm coming back on Route 11 going about Big Springs. Deputy sheriff was heading in town, and I guess he figured that why in the hell is there a backhoe out here at 2:30 in the morning, and he turned around and pulled me over. And we're back.
All right, we're back in session. We're going to go ahead and do Tracy Gillum's Grant Administrator and Tim Zia, Community Correction Director. Request to apply for fiscal year 22 BJA Adult Drug Court Discretionary Grant Program and MOU as physical agent.
Yeah, all that.
Did you repeat that?
Man, I'm going to have to start getting some cardio.
The current Department of Justice Adult Drug Court Discretionary Grant Fund ends September 30th of this year, and we're asking for a continuation. They have, instead of 3 years, they're making it 4 years. So the funding has changed a little. The maximum award amount is $750,000. We're applying for $744,704.55.
Is that for all 4 years?
Yes, that's all 4 years combined. There is a required 25% match of $248,234.85 for a total project amount for the 4 years of $992,939.40. The grant funding will pay for the following: 75% of salary and fringe of a current case manager, peer recovery coach, home confinement officer, and a part-time driver. It will pay for 75% of the required travel to the BJA training, which is in Washington, D.C., 75% of supplies, outreach material, office supplies general, and drug screening testing. And 75% of other costs, which is, it will pay for 35 people's first month's rent in transitional housing. And then there is also to be the fiscal agent for the 23rd Judicial Circuit Court in reference to the adult drug program, which means we would handle all the drawdowns and reporting.
Okay, anybody have any questions for Tracy or Tim or Mr. Davis on this? Do you have any statements to add, Tim or Alan?
I just want to recognize Tracy and her staff and Tim and his staff for continually seeking out programs that we can add and funding for the programs. I talked to Tim and Tracy and Penny, and I talked to Council President Copenhagen this morning a little bit. What they've developed, or not what we, I'm starting to sound like him. What they've developed is, starting in August of 16, in a matter of 5.5 years, the complexity of the organization and the complexity of the funding. There are so many moving parts that I had to have Tim do me an org chart so I knew where everyone was and who they reported to, and I know Tracy particularly in April specifically, they have massive spreadsheets where they know, okay, this position, this peer recovery coach or this case manager is funded by this, but if we move this person to here, we can get more funding, we get more leverage, and they keep track of it, and they do the drawdowns, and they do the reporting. And I've told this council before, the easy part is applying for the grant. The hard part is administering the grant, particularly when you're dealing with the feds. Just the complexity and the reporting. This council doesn't need to know, but you don't know how much work goes into this. And we're looking at Tim and I were just talking, you're looking at a massive grant coming, possibly. You might want to just talk briefly about that, but the recognition that we've gotten at the federal and the state level that even makes us eligible for these grants is hard for me to wrap my head around sometimes. I just talked to Tim. I haven't heard from him since Monday. I thought I did something to tick him off, because that's unheard of. So just want this council to recognize these folks for what they do.
Oh, we do.
I mean, I just can't say enough.
You got me speechless.
You
That's
know,
hard. That's
Thank
hard
you.
to believe.
And they like Tracy and her staff like doing it. And, I had to deal with Social Security for an hour, and I thought I was going to stroke out. I can't imagine dealing with this on a daily basis.
Well, Tracy said something earlier this week in an email that her and her staff does such a wonderful job that the state wants to use all of her work for a template for the rest of the state.
Right. and even the feds are doing that.
Yeah. So tell us about this massive grant.
I'll be back either next week or the week after.
Okay.
Just
But
give them a little peek.
It is from SAMHSA, and it is for a certified behavioral health center, and it is $4 million for 4 years, $1 million each year. The hardest part with the grant is learning their application portal, really. And there's different milestones you have to meet at 6 months if you get awarded, and then at a year. And there's 9 of them, and Tim meets 7 of them already. So it's it should we should get it.
Right. Sure.
I mean,
But
we do a fantastic job. Tim and everyone over there does it. So the statistics and things are there to back up. So like I said, the hardest thing is learning their portal.
It'll be a game changer though, Tim. If we get this grant, this is a game changer for us. This takes us to another level.
Look at that smile.
Got two bald-headed guys that don't know what to say.
Need more space.
Yeah, that's what I was just getting ready to say. He's not saying anything because we got to get.
Well, we do have one of the building projects that's been going on that's going to have the final drawing done today at 2:00.
Good.
So we'll start talking about in more urgency about you need more space, and we knew that. This council has, and Mr. Davis and everyone understands the confidence level that we have with you and the grant administrators and their office and stuff, and it's just it's a good place to be. It's a happy family. And Councilperson Gokenhour and I went to the last adult drug court graduation, and I think Eddie, you said it the best. You want to say it again about the smiles, happiness?
Yeah, on that floor that day, families were embracing, they were smiling, they were laughing, children doing somersaults in the hallway. Whereas the year prior to that, they were on the floor below, before the judge to receive their sentencing or whatever was taking place at that particular time. And it was pretty rewarding to see the lives and the families that have been restored through that program. And the folks who are struggling today, if they don't reach out to get help, because help is here, help is available, and it's because of your all's efforts that those resources are available. And it's obvious what you're doing is working. We need more people in those programs to get them back on track.
Yeah, I was glad that you all were able to be there to see that. I mean, these really are life-changing, family-changing programs. There is such great value.
Yeah, and the one lady that was graduating was recognizing her sister that she stole from and lied to, but her sister was there, still beside her.
It's family.
Yeah, and it goes a long way.
Yeah, the individual people that complete these programs, and that they represent
small percentage
healing, not just in their own hearts and lives, but healing throughout their whole family, their friends.
Right.
relationships that were just broken, that have been repaired and restored. Powerful testimony.
Yeah, it is. So thank you
If
all
we get the
for,
SAMHSA grant, that'll be the single biggest grant we've ever got.
Yeah.
I mean, it'll be a big deal. And like Tracy said, she thinks we have a pretty good shot at it.
well, she's already said we beat 7 out of the 9 things already. And Tim's up for the challenge for the other 2. So, moving on, we need a motion to approve the MOU to be the agent and to apply for the Adult Drug Court Discretionary Grant Program.
So moved, Mr. President.
And giving the president to sign,
The authority to sign.
sign the document.
All right, we have a motion on the floor in a second. Any further discussion?
There's 75% of other costs. Transitional housing for 35 people, first month's rent. What happens after that?
The adult drug court program is specifically for very high-risk, high-need people, so most of them are transferred from ERJ out into the community to immediately enroll in the program. And frequently, the housing arrangements that they have to go to are not suitable. There's still drug activity, there's dysfunction, so we like to get them set up in one of the local Oxford houses. Oxford House requires them to pay rent, so we get them started with this funding. This funding is specifically for that purpose, and then within their first month, 2 months, they're to get a job and begin to pay their own way. It's a way to get them started. Yep.
And we do that now.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Any other questions? All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? The motion carries. We have a grant award of acceptance from Justice Reinvestment Initiative Program Grant and Resolution.
We applied for $149,902 and we received an award amount of $149,902. There is a match, the maximum for the 5th year for seeking this funding, $85,670. It pays for current positions of 1 full-time community engagement specialist, his salary only, and 3 peer recovery coaches. Partial salary max is $35,000 per year.
All right, anybody have any questions for Tracy or Tim, Alan on this? All right,
And this funding went up. It was $104,000 last
seen that.
year, and they increased.
Almost 50%.
Yeah. So, and that was the statistics were there to show.
justify.
To show that it's being the stewardship is there, and there's a resolution for acceptance.
All right, entertain a motion.
So moved, Mr. President, to accept.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Yes, sir.
Second, I'm sorry. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Thank you for all the good work. All right, at this time, we'll take a quick break and come back in. We got a busy day. We're on break. All right, we're back in session. Next on our agenda is Will Lawrence and Fiduciary Supervisor Estate Account for the month of April, and you still have 64, sir?
63, Council.
63.
And as we've discussed earlier, if Council will recall, back in December, I discussed administratively closing these estates, and Council voiced some trepidation due to conflict concerns with this council settling thousands of estates at once. With that in mind, I've had my staff and I tracking down some of these estates that have been utterly delinquent and for no other reason than people just forgot about them. So for that reason, we have a significant increase in settlements, and that will be in the for the near future. That will be the case. 63 this month, and as my count is for next month, it's in the 90s. So we'll keep you apprised of that situation. And with that, I've actually discussed it with some of the council people here, and I will and further discuss it with the council's office, with Mr. Delegati and his staff. The legal requirement of my reading the names as these estate settlements increase maybe possibly for this council to discuss. I think it warrants talking about when we're talking about hundreds of estates settling at once. These names are published, and I don't know if this council is really interested in hearing me pontificate and mispronounce people's names for upwards of 20
I can assure you, Will, you'd do a better job than I would.
We did. We were talking about it, Mr. President, and I think with the amount that's coming up, unless there's a legality that says that we should do it or shouldn't do it, we can accept them, I think, as presented, if that's okay with Mr. Delegati and Mr. Mosey.
I think when you get into that many, we're going to have to be careful, because there's probably going to be certain names on that list that we may have to individually recuse ourselves from.
True.
So it may be that, we may have to do them in series even.
Fair point.
All right.
With that in mind, Council, the estates for settlement for the month of April are as follows. The estates of Betty Lee Allen, Thomas Eugene Anderson, Helen E. Ashton, Krista Elaine Banks, Francis A. Barthlow, Robert Vincent Bennett, Patricia Ann Binns, Peter Broadus Brown, Harry Lewis Butler, Harry Franklin Catro Sr., Daniel Ryan Clark, Lola Lee Clark, Jean Dar Clopton, aka Bertie Jean Clopton, Stephen Anthony Cole, Glenn Edward Conrad, Kristen Lynn Cooper, Nathan Andrew Coyle, Raymond Michael Craig, John C. Cruciani, Luis Esther Daniels, Harold Glenn Davis, Dory Ruth Dorsey, Janice Ray Fishbach, Dorothy E. Nacken Fleshman, Nathaniel Floyd, Robert W. Garrett, Juanita Faye Juanita Faye Plotner Gregory, Deborah Jean Grissinger, Lorraine May Hampton, Robert Charles Harbaugh, Norma Jean Haslicker, Richard Alvin Hodson Sr., Joan R. Honsaker, Ryan Chase Horner, Sandra K. Housden, Frank William Jackson Sr., Patricia Jacobs, Bonnie Lee Jenkins, Kathy Marie Jenkins, Patricia Ann Johnston, George Allen Jones, Audrey Ellen Kaler Cackley, Anna Louise Kilmer, Charles Roger Kilmer, Jeffrey Lee Lehman, Bonnie Gay Light, Nettie Carolyn Light, Wilma McDonald, John Benjamin McNulty, Jr., Percival Mike, Gary Kenneth Nickens, Edwin Leroy Nye Sr., Roger Lee Petrie, Alice Marie Rockensandich, Barbara Irene Runyon, Robert Sawyer, John Graham Sims, Fred William Stout, William Ellen Warham Klein, Delroy Whiteman, Alicia Michelle Williams, Michael Jeffrey Wise, and Curtis Anthony Young. These estates, council, I present for closing, and again, they are 63 in number.
All right, Will, told you you'd do better than what I would, so I entertain a motion on the 63 estate accounts for the month of April.
Second.
Motion's been made and second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries, sir.
Thank you, council.
You have no hearings to be scheduled at this time, is that correct?
I do not. There is a hearing that I might be trying to have council consider having my office appoint a fiduciary commissioner for. That is for the estate of Elizabeth K. Washington. That's on April 28th, scheduled. The reason I believe, or my office believes, that a fiduciary commissioner would be more appropriate for this instant case is we have a 15-minute allotment for this estate hearing, and there's significant amounts of discovery that is needed, to say nothing of the 7 proposed witnesses that are being called. So I think a more appropriate venue would be a fiduciary commissioner. I'm drafting an order for that council's consideration.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Will.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mrs. Monk is on her way.
Okay. All right, let's take a short recess until Miss Monk gets here. Okay. All right, we're back in session. The Honorable Elaine Malk, County Clerk, is here, and we are going to talk about an update for the 2022 primary election. Look pretty dry, Miss Malk.
Huh?
I say you look pretty dry compared to the way it was raining earlier.
Well, I have this thought that I can run between the drops, and those are the days.
I was gonna say you go better than me. So you want to bring us up to speed a little bit on the 2022 primary election?
Well, first of all, it's been a rat race between trying to make sure everything is what we need, because now we've gone from 66 to 80 precincts. So there are certain packages and certain items that we need, whether it's a pull cart or bags of stuff or anything. There's a lot of details that we've gone into. So I've been on a wild goose chase in the last week, rounding up all the odds and ends that we need. In that particular summary, we came up with the fact that as of yesterday, that we needed we had 80 of the, I call them the trash cans, that's where the ballots go in to be counted, but we needed one for absentee vote and one for a backup, which we didn't have. So Gary's taking care of that particular issue. But today, I'm proud to announce that the gentleman from Casto Harris and our crew is down there today validating every machine and counter to make sure it's working. They're running it through all of its paces today. So that is today. Going over the state, let me hand out a map. First of all, the state, Secretary of State's office is in charge of all the elections as far as election machines. We in the county have no say as to what type of machine or anything as far as the election ballots and the way the things are handled from the state. And last summer, the Secretary of State's office got a contract with a group called Civics that was supposed to be able to transfer easily the census segments into our new districting issues. Well, unfortunately, I don't know what they were used to working with, but they sure haven't been up to snuff. However, as of today, this particular map that you see in front of you, as of Friday, there was, at one time, we had 32,000 mismatches that were not matching up our precincts and with our actual precincts that we have now. We're down to less than 10. I think we're like 7,500 right now. And I will give all kudos to my staff because they've been working every evening, Saturdays, and everything else, and going back and rechecking everything. And I know there's been reports.
Again, I want to express that at no fault of the county.
No.
This is something at the state level.
It's at the state level, and Mr. Wine has verified that all the statistics that we gave them when they started was correct, and all the statistics that we gave them after they started was correct. Unfortunately, they keep having all kinds of, some types of errors in their systems, but we are struggling and getting through. And on a weekly basis, we have people that are taking shots that we need our cards, we need to know what our precincts are. Lord willing, the creek don't rise, we should have them out by the 20th. That is the goal. Right now, we're supposed to be getting from Charleston all of the data that we need, so we have a printing company that's now standing by to print these things because our machines can't put out 80,000 in about 2 days or 3 days, that we need to get them out. And see, that after you get 80,000 voter cards and 80,000 envelopes, then you have to put them together and get them stamped and get them out. So we've got people standing by that are ready to stuff and everything else. It's just right now we're working very diligently. As you can see, the state has got all kinds of issues all over the state, and the ones that are solid red, like Braxton and McDowell and those places, they don't have any internet. I said, I can't, and at GIS, they can't get the stuff.
I was going to say, I feel so sorry for Braxton and McDowell, especially McDowell.
Oh, they have no way of obtaining the situation because they don't have any funds to do it.
And plus, I'm sure they don't have the staff that we have.
No. And the other thing is, with the staff that we do have, we have 55 counties. Out of 55 counties, only 5 counties really had any increase. And we, of course, had the major increase. And the rest of the state, 90-some% of them, can use the same precincts and the same locations. Most of them are losing. They're combining precincts and locations because the numbers of folks have left. So the good news is we're growing. The bad news is we're growing. But with the staff that we've put together here, and the county has stepped up with Gary and the IT because we have good resources, and the county being willing to pay for new machines, it looks like we're going to. I'm holding my breath. I got my fingers crossed with the information we're supposed to have today and tomorrow to get this stuff to the printer to get things out.
So we'll know more about it next Thursday.
Yes, sir. And then the other issue is we were to have 3 early voting places, and I announced it in the fall, and evidently the state said you had to formally announce it, and then you had to submit it to the executive committee of the Democrats, the executive committee of the Republicans, the council, or the clerk, any of whom could reject having 3 early voting places. Well, the issue was we didn't have all that in writing because we verified everything by the list of things the Secretary of State gave us that we had to go through, the protocol. Guess what? They left that off. And that was the 2019 legislature, and it sunsets by '24. So it's only really affecting this election.
And that's set by code.
Yes.
So Anthony is currently working on that, so that although it will impact the primary election, hopefully the proper notices, the class 1 legal ads, and the public hearing that this council must have will be done well in advance of the general election. Isn't that correct, Anthony?
Yes, I believe it's 90 days, so that work needs to be done after the primary, start getting on that, identify the locations, have a public hearing, and send out the notices that are required.
So this was an extra step that normally was not in the procedure for early voting. And as I said, when I called the state and said, gee, you don't have that on here, he said, oh, we left it off. I said, well, it's too late now for us. So
Means we'll have one early voting site.
Here.
Primary.
And here.
And we will have, we're going to start as soon as the primary is over and we're certified, then we'll, between Anthony and myself, we'll start working forward to get all the stuff set up for the general.
Right.
So we'll have plenty of time and we won't have this situation, but it's not on the website, it's not on the list they gave us to go through, the checklist or anything.
Okay. Anybody have any question for Ms.
The
Moss?
issue with civics is not unique to us. Gary and I and Anthony and Elaine, we've all had conversations with the Secretary of State's office. It's magnified here only because of the large population growth that we've experienced and the increase in precincts. The GIS information that Gary and his office provided to the Secretary of State was spot on.
Mm-hmm.
It was during that transition from our system to their system where there was about 30,000 voters, or about a third of our total registered voters, that needed to be adjusted. The Secretary of State's office did acknowledge.
So a lot of this was triggered by the census.
Oh, yeah.
All of it was occurred by the census, yeah.
The Secretary of State's office did acknowledge on Tuesday that Berkeley County has done more in a short period of time of reducing that amount from 30 to 10 than most other counties. Gary, you want to just talk briefly about the system we have set up for election day and the machines and these machines? This is the first election that we've used these new machines, and as we've mentioned, there's 80 precincts. So it's going to be a different procedure that we're going to have to follow.
Right. So this all starts with the census. It all starts with going from 66 precincts to 80, right? That's where it all started. That's why you see the red on that thing for us. Has nothing to do with effort, has nothing, it is all to do with quantity, population growth and massive change. I don't know that there's any other counties that actually do precincts. Obviously everybody has precinct changes because lines have got redrawn, right? So one of the things, and we all talked about this when the county council invested millions of dollars into new voting machines, was we were going to have to change the way we do our business on election day and the evening before, because historically the county clerk's election staff, the volunteers and all of the certified people that come and do the work, they show up in a nice line of train, they line clear down Stevens Street and come turn up, load their cars with their stuff, they go to the election site and they set it up, and everything was included. Well, that all changed when you made your investment and we went to the new equipment. So now what was a couple bags and a couple satchels is, Katie's probably listening, but there's a device that looks like a trash can. It's big, has a computer that sits on top of it and reads the ballots and goes in. So we discussed this. So now your staff, your team with the county clerk has to be involved in delivery. So there'll be 2 delivery trucks the day before election and a person and a team behind them. It's the setup team. So we'll go out, drop them off. The team behind them will set them up. They'll go around to half of them. When they finish delivery, they'll turn around and go backwards and start set up themselves. So they'll meet in the middle and everything will be set up. That's for all 80 precincts. Then when you're done, We have to go back, take that stuff down and bring it back here. Now, all of the election data exists on electronic, they almost look like USB devices. At no given time are these people from my team delivering and bringing back involved in that. That's all part of the certified staff of the election. They take them out, it just becomes a document reader. There's nothing with the elections that your team's involved in short of delivery setup and tech support. So what used to be all done on the shoulders of the election staff at the precincts now is in combination with the county clerk, your staff, and the staff at the precinct. So it's a big change. And it was all purposely driven and done for it to happen this election because we didn't want a big presidential. So when the county council approved that purchase, this was kind of all expected. No one, and kind of defend the Secretary of State a little bit, anytime you change computer systems and you're converting old data, it is never perfect and it is always hard. We were recently through it with our finance software. So I will give them credit that they are head down and in it. They've been in it and they don't stop. We've had clear up to, Alan, who's the chief of staff we've interacted with?
Chuck Leonard?
Yeah.
Chuck.
Even they will answer the phone on a moment's notice and say, what can I do and how can I help?
We were on the
So-
phone with him for an hour.
Oh, yeah, and all Alan did was say we needed to talk, and the man answered and we talked. So everybody's working together, but there are struggles. You're seeing some information in the public of what's going on. It's just change, and you're working through it. But rest assured that your staff and Mrs. Mock's staff has done everything they can, morning, noon, and night, to get ready. And the only real thing that's going to happen potentially is there's going to be a lot of provisional ballots. So everyone's going to get to vote. If there are issues with precincts, they're going to end up with a provision. That's all it means. Everyone will get to vote. Every vote will get counted. We just, first time through with the Secretary of State's new software, you may end up with a bunch of provisional, but at least the voters get to vote. No questions asked.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions on Ms. Mock or Mr. Wine?
No questions, just a statement, but the provisionals that when we canvass the votes is when we will
Right, that's
assure.
certification,
Yes.
But we went from 30,000 down to 7,500 about.
That's what
Yeah.
we're doing.
And they expect to be less than that. There's a commitment from the Secretary of State and their new vendor Civics to take this data in electronic. They're confident it's going to be much smaller than that. So it's probably not, I can't guarantee it, but it looks as if it may not be any greater than anything we've done before. I think they've got it.
Okay.
Well, I talked to Brittany right before I came here, because I was talking to her right when I got the call from Penny, and she stated that things are a go-to-day so far, but don't count, things are working really well right now, so that was the conversation. She's the lady that oversees the systems.
Well, Mac Warner's always done a really nice job. So Secretary of State and you know, it's something I'm sure was out of their control, and just have to deal with it. So,
And we certainly can sympathize or empathize with them, because you know what we went through when we went from ACT to LLAMA. You know, I call it a data dump, and it's really not a data dump. It's taking that data that was in ACT and trying to get it in the right place in the LLAMA. Now that we're doing the transition from AS400 to Munis, we're still working out issues with that, and that's been a year's process. So you can imagine the growing pains and the efforts that we've gone through just locally.
right.
So now try to do that spread out amongst 55 counties across the whole state.
Right. And everything from the census was pushed back, and all of a sudden it still had the same deadline.
And that's something that nobody's talking about, truly, is that was huge. Remember, what we may have started 6 months prior, I mean, it got pushed out to the deadline it was due, and then they modified the deadline and really didn't look this far ahead and said, wait a minute, we're pushing all of this, and the clerk's bound by Constitution to get these cards out, and I think it's the 19th or 20th. 20th. This is the 6th, 7th, whatever day this is. We're talking 80,000 pieces of paper and 80,000 cards, folded stuff put in and gotten daunting.
Right.
So you're right. That really was the trigger. And all boils back to COVID, right? I hate to say it, but The census people were held back from finishing it because they couldn't get out. So it's crazy, and right now you've got a single process, and go figure it'll be voting, that's caught right in the middle of it.
All right, well, thanks, Ms. Mock and Mr. Wine for you all and your departments and your staff for doing what they've been doing, and we'll make it through it.
I was teasing Katie, I said, I don't understand why there's a recliner and blankets in here for list of miscellaneous. She said, get out of here, because they've been staying so long there at the staff, so.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right. All right. We are 10 minutes early, but our next agenda item is Jill Burkhart. Are you ready to go? You expect anybody else? Okay. So Jill is here on stormwater management concerns, Spring Hill Farm subdivision.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you again for the opportunity to present to you again regarding stormwater management and soil erosion concerns regarding the Spring Hill Farm subdivision on Cushwell Road. You'll recall that my sister and I were here on October 21st, 2021, with concerns about the water and mud runoff onto our properties. To recapitulate our concerns, according to the Berkeley County Stormwater Management Ordinance requirements, a land disturbance permit is required for land disturbance in excess of 1 acre. This permit consists of erosion and sediment control plan, stormwater management plan, maintenance requirements in accordance with Article 3, performance bond, and West Virginia Department of Highways entrance permit. It is further stated that no application for land disturbance permit shall be approved until all of the above mentioned have undergone a review and been approved by the Berkeley County after determining that the plan or waivers are consistent with the ordinance. As discussed in the October meeting, the entrance permit by Department of Highways was completed, but other requirements were not. We were most appreciative of the fact that immediate temporary resolution of the water problems and concerns. They were implemented the next day, and we're very thankful for that. This was done, though, with the understanding that a permanent stormwater management plan and implementation would be completed prior to home occupancy, with the completion of berms, rain gardens, and other requirements per the ordinance. Obviously, this has not occurred. On March the 30th, I reached out to Mr. Delegati, apprising him of the fact, and sending a picture that homeowners were moving into a home that was not completed. This was of concern to me specifically as it related to the construction of permanent stormwater management solutions. I asked about the stormwater management plan and the occupancy permit. Mr. Delegati got back to me that same day and sent an email that Mr. Ross would be inspecting the sites on April 1st, Friday. He did not know about the occupancy permit. And again, I appreciated his quick attention to this. However, a major concern I had is first, I had to reach out again to assure that the stormwater ordinance was followed for a permanent solution. And second, that requirements are not being met or followed. An additional example of the lack of enforcement is the fact that homeowners, not only on Cushwell Road, but I understand throughout the county, have taken occupancy without occupancy certification that actually follows the rules. Many homes are not complete, and people are moved in and living in them without final inspection while they're still doing completion of the work. In addition, on August the 31st of 2021, last August, MS4 coordinator sent an email to Mr. Delegati and major players in planning and engineering requesting, and I quote, that Berkeley County hold occupancy permits for any parcels currently under construction and require that a stormwater management plan and erosion and soil plan is developed for future building permits as it related to Spring Hill Farm subdivision. This has not occurred. Please understand, I have no problem with people moving into their homes, especially if they've sold their previous homes and they need a place to reside. I get it. If that's the case, however, a waiver should be required and the rules should be followed by everyone. And again, I have a major concern about homeowners living in their homes, especially in their homes across from my home, with no stormwater erosion plan and no implementation. Additionally, Mr. Walburn did a full inspection of the subdivision last week on March the 31st, 2022. And he conveyed that, and I quote, "The subdivision and construction activity failed the inspection." Consequently, I'm again asking that Berkeley County become proactive in implementing its own ordinances, specifically as it relates to the concerns of Spring Hill Farm subdivision, but in general to all subdivisions in Berkeley County. I am very grateful that I am able to research regulations and reach out to authorities and administration to ask questions and to get information. However, I am aware that there are several concerns throughout the county related to avoidance of the regulations and or complete disregard of the regulations. In this day of litigation, I think that it behooves all of us to follow those regulations so that precedents are not set and established in Berkeley County. I also understand the economic benefits of growth, and I support planned growth in Berkeley County and approve of it. I believe in it. But maverick growth brings with it the inability to maintain regulations and enforcement, thus creating more problems. One needs to only look at the major issues with the current infrastructure: our roads, our water, our maintenance of stormwater and soil erosion, etc. One of the relatively new businesses in Berkeley County currently uses up to 1.3 million gallons of water a day. How long before our resources are completely depleted and we have well contamination, lack of water for fire prevention, potholes that cannot be repaired due to heavy use and traffic, and no funds for repair, and basements and wells that are no longer able to be used because of stormwater? We're currently experiencing some of this now in our county. It's apparent to me that there is a major disconnect between the requirements of the ordinance, the subdivision regulations, and their enforcement. Consequently, I respectfully submit the following recommendations. One is, please change the ordinance so that those doing the inspection are also enforcing the regulations, specifically for MS4 permit holders, so that they can inspect and enforce regulations and issue permits according to the ordinance. Number two, hold all builders and subdivision developers to the same regulatory standards, equitably and fairly. Number three, assure that those folks purchasing parcels in subdivisions are aware of the regulations and what they've actually purchased. And number four, if the ordinance and subdivision regulations had been followed when this subdivision was first proposed, all of the current and continuing issues could have been eliminated at the very beginning of the process. I am acutely aware of the hostility that is generated when regulations are not followed and enforced. The situation at Spring Hill Farm subdivision pits new homeowners against those who have resided in the county and whose families have owned property for decades. And now indirect, veiled threats have occurred for simply requesting that regulations are followed in order to protect our homes and property. This creates a very uncomfortable situation for neighbors, and it really is unacceptable. This hostility simply would not exist had Berkeley County regulatory processes been followed. In conclusion, I implore you to please follow and enforce the regulations, the ordinance, the subdivision regulations, and do the right thing for the citizens of Berkeley County, those of us who have lived here all our lives,
those who are planning to live here, now and in the future, by assuring that everyone follows the rules, that they are applied fairly and equitably, and that homeowners also know the requirements when parcels are purchased. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present to you. Do you have any questions?
We're gonna have some responses to some of your comments, Ms. Burkhart, and this council respects you and your family. I know your father sat up here for many years, but there's some strong accusations, so I want to give our staff a chance to respond to some of your accusations, because we do take great pride in being fair and equitable to everyone. So, I mean, one of the things that I can touch base on is that this subdivision was actually approved for 15 lots in 1974.
That's true too.
All right.
I understand that.
And I also know for a fact that Cushwell Lane has been an issue for water for quite a while. Waters ran down that road for many, many years. Also, I do know that the one thing that you said is that the State Department of Highways has fulfilled their obligations on issuing their permits and followed their regulations.
I
But
just said they had issued the permits, Mr. Cook.
okay, all
I
right,
don't
so-
believe they've fulfilled their responsibility.
all right. But one of the things that happens on every road, except on most roads in Berkeley County, is the Department of Highway has ditch lines. Unfortunately, on Cushwell Lane, for many, many years, and forever, has never had adequate ditch lines on the east side of Cushwell Lane. Matter of fact, the west side doesn't have ditch lines. It just sheet flows onto your property and everybody else's. The reason why there's ditch lines is so that it carries the water to keep it off the road and crossing the road. And in order to do that properly, the ditch line on the east side of the road of Cushwell Lane should be a minimum of 27 inches deep. And the way I come up with that math is because the minimum size culvert that a state road can put in is 15 inches. That's what the requirement is. So doesn't matter what you do, if you're the homeowner, you're a developer, or you're the builder, you're going to put a 15-inch culvert if it intersects minimum to a state road. And that culvert requires 12 inches of cover, so that's how I come up with that 27 inches. That's never been done by the state, right? So, and then on top of that, and I'm not picking on the state, but I've got to protect and not so much protect, but I need to, we want to be fair and equitable. I feel our staff is fair and equitable. And so therefore, when these accusations are being made, then I got to come forward and make sure that people understand where we come from too. One of the things, if the reason why there was not culverts presented, in my opinion, on those driveways is because there's no ditch line. If you put a culvert in the driveways, all they do is fill it with silt, right? So and one of the things to do that, because I know water has always ran down that lane and across into your driveway, and I know that's factual because you have a storm, you have a industrial storm drain on your property because it's been there. The problem's been there that long.
No, it's not been there.
How many years have you had the drain?
I'm thinking 6 or 8 years.
Okay, all right, but pre-development. But we're trying to make this thing right. We're trying to get everybody in cooperation, and I'm gonna let Brian speak because this is his department, not mine. I mean, we're the governing body over his department, but that's some of the things that I know.
And I don't disagree with you, Mr. Copenhaver. I've also been in touch with Senator Blair, trying to get something done with Cushwell Road for a long time, and most recently, the last couple of months. But I also don't think that is directly related to the fact that there's still no stormwater management plan. There never was for that subdivision or for the homeowners. And I have a copy of the plat. And on the plat, it's written that the homeowners will be responsible for stormwater management. Homeowners didn't even know it. They didn't even know about it.
I'm gonna have Mr. Ross come forward and talk about that.
Sure.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brian, or anybody else staff-wise that you want to bring up?
morning.
Good morning.
As it relates to Ms. Burkhart's comment, we'll start with the development portion of it. When this went through the planning department with my previous predecessor, that it went through as a replat. I know Mr. Stansberry and Ms. Williams worked through it and eventually had that note put on the replat that went before the planning commission and was approved. When those permits were applied for as individual homeowners on single-family lots, this was not caught until the third permit because they were not flagged in our llama system. That I'll admit to. But whenever a permit comes through the planning department, my staff will go through and look at the proposed structure and estimate the impervious area, you know, for driveways and stuff like that. And if it triggers it, that's when it's triggered for the MS4 and stormwater. We did not catch that until the third house. At that point is basically when everything came to a head with Mr. Gokenauer getting in touch with me and everyone else, to where we went out and had a job site visit with Mr. Miller, Mr. Jordan, Mr. Hobday, and Jason Singer. And we were already at the permits being issued. Can't stop a permit once it's already been issued and it's under construction. I can't halt the fact of having materials on job site and not being able to be used. That would come back and haunt us as a county. So what we did is we met out there and discussed the situation and realized that, all right, Ms. Burkhart, you know, she does have a legitimate concern. And so we enacted measures in order to incorporate that. Now, is it fair to go to these people that bought these lots that are having builders, contractors build these houses for them and say, now I need you to do a stormwater management plan on there and it's, you know, submit it? The county engineer and I took it upon ourselves to develop a resolution to the existing conflict out there. So whenever we met, we discussed putting a berm structure in out there along with a rain garden detail that was sent to all the permittees that were currently permitted out there on Cushwa Road. In the meantime, our county engineer did the RCN factors, which is the runoff coefficients for that area, in which when it was an orchard to currently where it is now, and it was a difference of 5%. With that berm, complete vegetative cover, in which we have had difficulties in achieving that due to seasonal conditions. I can personally tell you that Mr. Jordan and Mr. Hobday have done due diligence in trying to get that done. The soil stockpiles that were out there were seeded at one point. It's gone. He has since enacted measures to do that. Mr. Hobday has hydroseeded both lots at one point in time, and it did not germinate. The issue that we have is the vegetative cover. Now, at the last rain event, if there would not have been a pre-existing condition, there would not even have been sediment-laden water on Cushwa Road. The problem is right where Mr. Hobday had a house and Mr. Jordan's building a house to the lot beside it in the back, there was a trench dug for power to go to Mr. Jordan's house. That water collected in there, came down, and even on the side of that road, I had Mr. Hobday put in some minor check dams and a little retention basin. And unfortunately, with the rain event, it did end up on the road. It did not cross over the road, and it evaporated within about an hour. The builders are on board calling me all the time, say, what do I need to do? What do I need to do? And I feel we are taking the appropriate measures necessary. Once we achieve vegetation out there, I personally don't feel there's going to be an issue at all. In fact, it may even be better than what it was pre-conditions. As for the use and occupancy, I disagree with Ms. Burkhart's statement. When we issue a UNO, there are circumstances between buyer, seller, selling other properties. We do allow people to move stuff into the house, not occupy the house. But it's what we do as due diligence to help the future citizens of Berkeley County. That's why there were storage pods there. There was a vehicle there, and I think possibly maybe even a camper. That does not justify occupancy for a dwelling. And for the fact of the matter is, like I said, I know too much about that house, that gentleman is still down in Annapolis, Maryland, and recovering from surgery. He hasn't even been to the house yet. Can I police and control that 100%? No, I can't. It's just as a permittee, we acknowledge the fact that you cannot achieve occupancy to the dwelling until you receive the UNO.
All right. Any questions for the council for Brian? Any
Thank you.
Any questions for Ms. Burkhart?
May I respond to the occupancy?
I am
know
going.
they're spending their
Just
money.
wait.
I'm
I'll
sorry.
bring you back up. All right, Ms. Burkhart.
I'm sorry.
No, you need to come back up to the podium. I'm sorry.
I don't want to have a problem with my neighbors across the road. That's not an issue for me.
Mm-hmm.
But I do have a problem with occupancy permits, just regulations not being followed. Those folks have been spending the night in the house. Not all the time, but they are there. The furniture is there. They've moved it in. They had 2 pods. They had 1 pod left. They've moved all the furniture in. And I don't want to argue with Mr. Voss. He's been wonderful to really accept and do some of the things that he's done. And I don't disagree that perhaps when all of this is taken care of, it will be permanent. My concern was that I had to be the watchdog. I had to come to you and say, it's still not done. And we're getting spring rains. We're getting deluge. We just had one. I have concerns about it. So I'm here just to ask, please follow the ordinance. Do what you can to help people on Fishwell Road. If you have any opportunity to talk with the state road, to have them move forward with it, that would be wonderful. So far, I've not seen that or heard of anything about it. But I don't disagree with you. It should have been done differently at the very beginning. And it should have been done for years. I had to call a state senator last year, 2 years ago, just to get it trenched a little bit.
Right, I understand that. And I would just highly recommend when you talk to the Department of Highway, raising the road 6 inches isn't going to be the fix. It's actually going to give you more downfall towards your house.
I know that.
It's gonna take a ditch line that's 27 inches minimum and cross over the road and let it. I mean, the state road, as far as I know on the other side on Butler's Chapel there at the mountain, water's going through one piece of property in 7 different places. Right, so I don't think anybody can stop the natural flow of water.
No.
Right, so the state needs to do their share. And I'm not beating on the state, I'm not doing that, but I think a lot of the fix, I know if the ditch line was there, right, the culverts would have been a requirement in the driveway, and it is a really flat area, so the ditch line may even hold some water because there's not much fall on that section of Cushball Lane, and then it could even to the point where it would be a slotted drain culvert, so. I think in the long run, we're going to be able to hopefully everybody will be happy. And I know that the lots were plotted off in 1974 and approved before Planning Commission was even there.
Mr. Rockwell owned the property.
right? And the county is growing at a very fast pace. You've been here multiple generations. I've been here for 5 generations on both sides of my family. Do probably not anybody. There's probably very few people in Berkeley County that likes to see the pace it's growing happening. But there's unfortunately we're in that geographical area where it's going to continue to migrate east or west. I'm sorry, from the east. And one thing that you do is a lot of the things that would slow up growth also comes with a huge cost to the locals. And I don't mean regulatory. I mean just
Absolutely.
right. And I'm not talking bad about our neighbors. Jefferson County had impact fees. They have zoning. They have all that stuff. You know what? And the people migrating from the east to the west are still coming. But the local families are moving west, right? They have to migrate west to be able to afford it. So for us it's very hard for us to do something like that. Plus the voters have voted down zoning 3 times very strongly. And so that's, and you and I have a great relationship. Your dad and I had a great relationship, and I hope you take this, that I'm very sincere in trying to help you with your issues.
And I do believe you. I'm not questioning that. And I know Mr. Ross is doing the same thing,
Right.
and Mr. Smith. But I also know that I have to be kind of the watchdog to present this and to get it moving before it happens. And partly is just what you said. There's so much growth. I get it. I understand it. But it doesn't make it right for me. So
I think
Thank
our
you.
engineering and planning department does wonderful work. I think they, for the 3,500 people that move into the county, I think they do a really, really good job.
I also want to say that I think MS Ford does a wonderful job too, the stormwater people. And I don't know if I could ask Mr. Walburn to speak about it or not, because he did.
I'll be talking to Mr. Walburn after the meeting.
Great. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Mr. Copenhaver. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. Next on our agenda is items from the public. All right.
I asked Sandy to come in only for executive session.
Yeah. All right, so we need a motion to go in executive session, I believe, for real estate and legal matters. Is that right?
And economic development.
Economic development. So we have a motion on the floor. We have a second?
Second.
Second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries.
Here you go.
All righty.
Hit the,
All righty, we're back in session. President Copenhaver had to return to a meeting in his office, so I'll be in force. We're out of executive session. Any action to be taken?
Yes, sir. I'd make a motion that we provide the Solid Waste Authority funds to the amount of $46,125 with legal definition and
formal written agreement to follow.
a formal written agreement to follow. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
You got a second?
All righty. Yeah. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign, opposed? Motion carries. And
That's it.
that's it. Mr. Barnhart, would you do the
Mr.
honors?
President, I'd like to motion recess.
We are in recess.
Hey.
Thank you.